Yeah. No problem.
Testing.
Testing, 1, 2, testing.
We're ready? Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon. It is July 10, 2025. The time is 5:27. I would like to call the meeting to order, and would you please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and I would like to welcome every one of you for attending our city council meeting. Just a few reminder, please silence your cell phones. Also, I will ask our city clerk to please do a roll call to make sure we have a quorum.
Councilman Reynosa,
Here.
Councilman Verdugo.
Here.
Councilman Hernandez is absent. Mayor Pro Tem Gomez. Here. Mayor Preciado.
Here. So for the record, 4 present, 1 absent. We do have a quorum. With that, would you also read the statement?
Government Code Section 54952.3, members of the city council successor agency are entitled to total. Yeah. Okay. Government Code Section 54952.3, members of the city council successor agency are entitled to receive a total of 450 per month due to their serving at the city council. They receive no other compensations for serving as a member of the successor agency.
Thank you. With that, we'll go into item number 3, which is public comments, announcements, and unscheduled appearances. Would you also read that statement?
This time is reserved for members of the audience to address the city council on items of interest that are not on the agenda and are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council successor agency. State law prohibits any of the member of the city council from commenting or acting on matters not on the agenda. The council asks that you keep your comments concise and positive. Creative criticism presents with an appropriate courtesy is welcome. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes and the timer will be notified and when your time is expires. Please begin your comments by stating your name and providence, your place of residence.
Thank you. And with that, would open public comment. Please come to the podium.
I have Dalila Barajas. Is the mic on, is the green light on?
Okay, is it on now?
Yes.
Okay. In case you guys didn't know, probably you do know, the first attempt of recall didn't go through, but I'm not no quitter, so I'm here again. Defeat is not something that we will ever accept because that's not our reality in either of our minds. We may fall 10 times, but we will get up 11. In your situation, your own actions are going to lead to your own defeat. Every time you speak lies and present misinformation, you make us aware that something is just not right. Even those in higher leadership positions, the ones you hold, that the ones you hold are disappointed with your leadership. You're in a position of power, and instead of using your influence to better your fellow man, you use it to benefit your own interest. But that only continues until the people stand up and defend themselves. Avenal is standing up against you. We have the authority to overturn those in power. Miss Angie, I have some papers here. I see Mr. Hernandez is not here, but Mr. Reynosa, Gomez, and Preciado. My name is Dalila Barajas. I am an American citizen and I am a registered voter. I reside here in Avenal, California. I have a notice of intention to circulate recall petition that you now have in front of you. The grounds for recall are as follows, which are also listed in your petition. The citizens of Avenal have decided to revoke their vote due to lack of transparency, unaccountability to the public, and duplicitous behavior, leading to the failure of the city councilors to represent the best interest of Avenal citizens. Mayor Preciado, Councilwoman Leticia Gomez, Council David Reynosa, you now have been served. On another note, I still have time, yes. I would like to ask our leaders in county to be patient with the citizens of Avenal. We need you to stand strong along our side now more than ever. As you can see, it is not our will that is causing delays in all matters pertaining to the city of Avenal. It is the city council, along with our mayor and our city manager, who have lost their minds and refuse to do what is right by Avenal. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Blessed day. Oh, by the way, I need, next step, 700 people. I want 1,000 signatures. So if you could pass that, word, I greatly appreciate it. This, petition that you hold in front of you, I actually passed it through the elections department. This one will go through. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Anybody else?
I have Rita Wallace. Rita Wallace.
Anybody else?
I wanted to ask, what have you guys planned on doing about the fire station? Have you signed a contract yet? Yes or no? The dump, there's more trucks coming into the dump now, so do we get more money from the dump? Sports complex, you said you're gonna kill all the critters out there and stuff and re-turf it. Is that still a go? Funds are coming in. Do we get money from the gas station down at the bottom of the hill? Because they get our water, they use our water. Do we get any money from them? Or they just got free access to our water? That's it.
Thank you.
Ted Wilk.
Good evening.
Good
My
evening.
name's Ted Welk. Of course, lived in Avenal many, many years. I can't help but notice that since May 22nd, we've had 5 city council meetings and 2 town hall meetings, and everyone has started late. Everyone has started late, and one of them even an hour late. And I just can't help but think, for the citizens of Avenal, it feels like a microcosm of what's going on. It's like, we need to get the simple things right for us to be able to trust with the big things. And I think it's disrespectful to the citizens. It's disrespectful to everyone who comes out. It's stealing their time. And I would just appreciate it if we could start things on time. I wasn't planning on saying that, but it happens every single meeting. I also just wanted to point out that I'm a little disappointed that there's nothing regarding the Kings County contract with the fire department on the agenda tonight. I think the Board of Supervisors made it very clear at the last meeting, they're expecting some kind of action sooner than later. And it seems to me we're burning bridges with the county, even though Supervisor Valley's made it clear that he's here for the constituents of Avenal. But it is concerning that it's not on the agenda. And I'm wondering, when is this going to be on the agenda? Let's vote, yay or nay. Let's get this over with. get the negotiation done so that the people of Avenal can know what's going on, so that the county can know what's going on, so that the fire department can know what's going on. I mean, this is their jobs, and the chief talked about how important it is to be able to plan properly into the future for what's going on. And if we don't let them know what we want for sure, how are they supposed to know? So I'd encourage us to get that done as quickly as possible as well, to get that on the agenda as soon as possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Vicky Tippins. Vicky Tippins.
Good afternoon. My name is Vicki Tippins. I'm here on behalf of the entire city. Hello? About the 4th of July illegal fireworks and legal fireworks, that it's not only on the 4th of July. My dogs do not want to go outside of the bathroom. I'm sure it's for everybody here. And it is an issue. There's 5 dogs living in my shop yard, hiding, scared to death. And they're setting off mortar bombs, is what it sounds like when you were, 4th of July is one day. And that is the only day that we should allow fireworks in the city of Avenal. If you want to take them to the river, go to the river with them. We do not want 4th of July 24/7. And it happened even Tuesday morning, So I'm just asking, I know there's an ordinance, nothing in the air, and I've seen all kinds in the air. We don't complain that the city don't put on a big fireworks show because hell, we have to listen to it all night. When the city quits, they just begin, and it's quite annoying, especially when your animal's just afraid to go out in the yard, So I just want the council to do something about that. There's no way that the 4th of July runs from the 1st to the 5th. If the 5th is on a Monday, there's just no way. The 5th was not on a Monday and we're still having 4th of July. I believe even last night. So with all due respect, I would like something done about that. And I would also like Animal Patrol was supposed to be at my house today to put out some traps to catch these little dogs. I'm not letting them starve to death. I've got buckets of water out for them and I put a pan of food out. But we need to catch them because they're homeless. And now there's even another great big dog, So we would like somebody to come get the dogs that doesn't belong to us. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments.
Steve Hembry.
Good evening. I'd like to reiterate a little bit on Vicky's, on the fireworks, et cetera. I live 2 blocks from her. I brought you all a present. This is what fell in my yard this year. Actually fell in my yard or right outside. We have to do something. My neighbor 2 doors down from me lost her trampoline. I know that's not a big deal to some people, but it burned up. Luckily, it wasn't their house. She mentioned mortars. This is a residue that comes down, it burns. I actually have some that may have a little bit of, I don't know what you call it. It's not gunpowder, but whatever burns is it still inside of this. We have to do something. I know the police department's inundated with all this. I did see our fire engines go around looking, but they have to catch them. So I just wanted to bring this stuff and let you know, this is 1 yard. Just imagine what my neighbors went through. They got the brunt of it this year. The wind was blowing a little differently, so I didn't get a whole lot. This is it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly Guzman.
Hello,
I'm Kelly Guzman, and I'm a resident of Avenal. My name's Kelly Guzman. I'm sorry I'm not, I don't have much of a throat today. I would like, I'm 313 East Ventura Street. Thank you. I'm usually a big mouth. I don't usually need this kind of help.
Pull that mic out of the stand, Ken. Put it on the side. I can hold it for you.
You don't have to do that. That would make me a little bit uncomfortable. I can't see people behind you. Okay, how about we put it to the side? Okay, thanks. Okay, I don't have to say a lot. I just would like to say that, I'd like to speak to the recall. And I am, so sad that our city is so divided and, that the strong feelings are on both sides of it. I have spent many hours in prayer, many hours in tears, and many hours in conversation. And then just want to let everybody know that the last week, after a lot of prayer and thought, I worked really hard and I talked to a lot of people, more than 100 people in a matter of 4 days. I want to let you council members know that you can fix anything. There was only one person I talked to of all of those registered voters, and the demographics mostly were 30, I studied demographics in my marketing, and I'm not a professional, but I know the demographics are future voters, parents. Only one person in this town gave me a hard no. It wasn't even a hard no. It was a soft no. It was like, you know what? I don't agree with things, but I have relationships. So I'm not going to sign and I'm not going to participate. And I respected them so much for that. But I want to tell you that every other person I talk to that are your voters, they don't want things to go the way that they are, myself included. And I love my city. I love the people that work hard for my city. I think you guys should know that this is really serious. This is really serious. And I think you have the power to fix things. I don't know how or what you can do, but I think you guys should take a second look. I voted for, well, most of you. And I feel very, very sad and hurt. And I hope that this community can pull it together after this and be the community that we need to be. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Daniel Verduzco.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, my name is Daniel Verduzco. I had a question not straight towards you guys, but more to the two people that just passed. Regarding on 4th of July, what's something that you guys recommend that we do to stop that? To stop like the KO? Mhm. Yeah, but what if the kids are on feet and we can't really trace them down? What if the kids are on feet and we can't really? Yeah.
They run out and go set the mortars down and then shoot them off. There were 20 of them the other night in one house. It just went boom, 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 like that. You know, I mean, yeah, I know they have to.
Correct, and that's why I'm asking if the kids are leaving them in the alleys, how do you, they're adults? Yeah.
And they haven't done that in a couple of years. I'm wondering why they brought that program, because actually it was a really good program. People were out there when the top were not, or 50, I'm gonna be nice, when the top were 50, doing everything. They have citizens on patrol who had those vehicles where they were able to actually control the area. They were trusted people of the community. Those people were on top of everything that was going wrong, and then they would be called in to them. If, and I'm gonna be nice again, if we're looking in the future to having that volunteer fire department like they wanted, I think maybe we should have a type of volunteer program also, again, like we used to have in the past, with the patrol, and they'll be able to be on it more than what we're having right now. So maybe that's a solution. And maybe they need to start listening to help, because honestly, it's taking about 30, 40 minutes for our officers to get it to any of our calls. So. Yeah, and back in the day, you didn't know if somebody might rest out, so you had that, you had respect for the. I really might get caught. And once you start owning property, I know I was up on my roof a couple times taking Christmas lights down, and I could see where you burn. I'm kind of caught in the middle though.
Yeah.
I'm like, ooh, ooh, and I'm also like, ooh, they got someone else, because they're shooting so much, they're shooting several of them.
Yeah, I was
Time's
just curious. I
up,
was just trying to
guys.
see like what are some examples on what we could do to help the community. Cause
Okay, sorry, we're getting out of context. We need to bring it back to the meeting.
all right, thank you.
That's all.
Say, I think it's out of order, someone reflect on that, to ask a question of the public. Taking no response. The fireworks are not our responsibility, saving the community is not the citizen's responsibility, the city's responsibility.
Angie, can you
Yes, you're.
can you repeat that? Can you
Yes, we
repeat
need
that
to-
statement again?
I'm sorry, hon. Did you have something? Sorry, baby. Sorry.
Oh, stop it, stop. You have
Okay.
to-
I was like,
You guys
Oh,
can have
I'm
that
done.
conversation outside.
You're gonna speak, you can speak with him after the meeting.
I just wanted to, Sheila Verdugo, 208 South Corcoran Avenue. This isn't in any regards to any of the stuff that's being said, but we know that we just lost, a really great man, a man that served this community with his whole heart and his whole life. And I would really, I'm really expecting city council to do and recognize that in some way. I really, really hope that there's something that we can leave a legacy behind for Mr. Cassada. He was one of the greats. And so I'm just leaving that up here to city council. I know there's other people that's been through this city that has given a lot of years that have never been recognized from the city council. And I was one of them, and it doesn't matter about the recognition. I'm just saying it's very hurtful to give your life to something, right? And then to have people disregard that time that you've spent, and whether or not you were perfect at what you did, you still went out there every day to give, right? And Mr. Cassada, 100%, if something doesn't happen for that man, I will be back here every single time to let you know how disrespectful that would be, right? So please do something and recognize the man that really almost helped build this community, right? Yes.
Thank you for your comment. Okay. Go ahead, Veronica Aguirre.
Okay. Hi, good evening, council. This is Veronica Aguirre, 420 North A Avenue here in Avenal. I kind of want to piggyback on the issue with the fireworks. It is, this issue is a very serious issue, and especially with everything that was going on, with neighboring cities. Templeton lost a historical business, a building that has been and always with, kids playing with fireworks. Clovis, we heard on the news, 3 houses burnt. Yesterday, Lemoore, 2 kids got in trouble, with fireworks. They lit a field on fire. And then across the way on 198, a truck full of hay, closed 198. So there is an issue. And luckily, we haven't had any homes, but it's getting very close. And, it also brings to mind with, the issue with our fire department. It's very unsettling, and just like, Daniel Verduzco had mentioned, like, what do you do with the children, or who do I think a task force is what needs to be implemented. I think police department, they obviously know there's an issue. I personally have called a number of times and never, nobody ever really showed up, or they say they can't figure it out. There's an issue, and it puts everyone's homes and even health in jeopardy. So I really think that that's something that we do need to look at and take very seriously. Another issue, as a policy advocate for green action and health and environment, I have received a lot of reports lately, people having vectors. There's a serious vector issue. People are finding rats in their backyards. And I believe we brought this to your attention a while back, but recently I've just got a few phone calls, and I actually had to reach out to Kings County to let them know of the issue. Those, I believe, are coming from the Avenal landfill. And because a lot of these homes are very close to there, we're getting all that excess amount of garbage coming from LA. And I have reason to believe that maybe those rats are coming from LA, because we've never had this issue before. Field mice maybe, but these are rats. So that's something that I believe that we do need to take seriously before our community becomes infested and people's homes become infested. Which also brings to the end of my comment is, we do need to know what's going on with the funds coming in, the revenue coming in from the extra amount of tonnage that's coming from LA County. That is very concerning. And I think the community has every right to know what's going on with the revenue coming from that. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, and any more?
Not at this time.
So for the record, I want to say that never said anything about being out of order to Pastor Walk. And also, our city clerk just read that if the item is not on the agenda, any council member cannot, the state law prohibits any member of the city council from commenting or acting on matters not on the agenda. All these questions were made during public comments. That's why nobody is answering those questions. So you guys understand. I believe staff can directly call each one of you and maybe set up gonna answer those questions. We can direct staff to directly answer those questions, the concerns. I just want to say that we do take very seriously the fire problems. We've been working on it, and I believe soon we're going to have a study session with the community input, also to see how we can, take action. With that, we'll go into our next item on the agenda, and that is consent calendar. So 4A is to consider the City of Avenal's successor agency approval minutes for June 26, 2025. And that was our last regular meeting. Any question, comments from council? Is there a motion to accept the consent calendar?
I motion to approve the minutes.
You kind of almost talking to the mic.
I motion to approve the minutes for June 26th.
So we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Leticia Gomez. Is there a second? A second by Councilmember Reynosa.
Councilmember
Engineer,
Reynosa?
please.
Yes.
Councilmember Verdugo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gomez, Mayor Preciado.
Yes, for the record, consent calendar passed by a vote of 4 or 1 absent. With that, we'll go into mayor and council member and successor agency item for consideration. We have none. We move over to item number 6, which is activity reports. 6A is public works, also code enforcement, animal control, department activity. I believe now we have Scott Davis, public works director, present.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Before you have our monthly report for June of 2025. Code Enforcement Department continues to work on their property abatements and graffiti. Illegal vendors are still trying to come in, so Lupe is working flex hours to address any of those problems. And he did have help on from one of the interns last month, and he was able to catch up on more of the weed abatements. And his reports there. Our parks and landscaping, we still continue to maintain all of our parks, including the new kids park. Work continues on the seat walls / benches on Skyline. That should be completed. They're hoping next week. They were delayed a little bit. All the tile is on, and they were waiting on the proper color of grout to put in the tile. They got that yesterday, and they should have all of those completed. We're continuing to work on with the company that's addressing the squirrel and gopher problem at the sports complex, and it is working very well right now. They're also working on, we just got seed in, so we are trying to get that reseeded and worked on. Of course, we're going to try and have the soccer camp this Saturday. Crew will be out there working on getting that laid out for tomorrow, and then for the event on Saturday. So hopefully that turns out well. Animal control is continuing to maintain that shelter. They do a great job out there. Don't have a report from them for the month of June due to our staff, namely Raul, taking some well-needed time off before and after the 4th of July. So we will have the June report included with the July report for our numbers on intake, rescue, and spay and neuter. The vaccine clinic on June 25th was well received. My understanding is everybody that was in line was taken care of before they closed it down. The expansion of the shelter is complete, and we are putting some rock in place and back to make it easier to clean up and not make mud, and painting the posts and the beam supports for the awning. Staff's continuing to maintain our streets, signs, flags, and banners, continuing to work with the city engineer on new street projects. The chip seal on the cutoff was repaired, and staff have been out on Plymouth Avenue patching some holes. Tomato season's coming on. I see a bunch of trucks with the green ones coming into town, so we got out there before the heavy traffic hit it, and I'm sure we'll be back out again before it's all said and done with all the harvests. Water distribution, we continue to repair and maintain our distribution system within the city, and we did have 3 leaks on the 16-inch main, which is this side of the top of the hill at tank 3. 2 of them were in the canyon behind the high school, and another one back behind the prison. Wastewater, we continue to report monthly and quarterly to our water quality control board regarding the overflows. We did have 6 calls for sewer plugs in June, and we do continue the enzyme treatment for our grease problems. And vehicles and equipment, our staff continues to maintain our city-owned property, vehicles and equipment, and continue to report monthly to the APCD, San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District. Are there any questions for me?
Any question for Scott?
No.
I do have a few. Regarding the heavy traffic by Plymouth and Avenal cutoff, I noticed there are some fields with watermelons. You know what the direction they're using? They're going back to State Highway 269, or they're going back on Avenal cutoff to?
I do not know
No.
which direction they're going with moving those melons out of there. So
Mm,
I would assume they're heading down I-5 to
Endora?
the packing shed down off of Jane. I can't,
Oh, Dressing Farms?
they're not going through dressing? Okay.
Mm.
I don't know which direction they're heading.
Mm.
They may be using the cutoff to head back
Mm.
towards the Hanford Visalia area. I don't know.
Mhm. Okay, so on the sewer plugs, you mentioned 6 of them. Is that normal during the summertime, or that's more than usual?
That's what we've averaged the last 3 months, I believe it is. I think we had 4 in May, 6 in June, 4 in April, 6 in May, and 6 in June. And it seems to be about 50% on the city side and 50% that are actually on the citizen side, the homeowner side of the line. And the majority of the leaks on our side are the flushable, that shouldn't be flushed wipes that turn into really heavy duty rags when they start wadding up with each other inside the sewer line. Is the majority. With the enzyme treatment we use for the grease, we have kicked it up a little heavier on both sides of Skyline in both those alleys because of the restaurants there. So we do get a little bit bigger collection of grease in there, but in the summertime, we do pick up the amount of enzyme that we use in those systems, which seems to help a bunch. But 98% of our sewer plugs that are on our city lines are flushable wipes that should not be flushed. They do not disintegrate. They do not decompose in the sewer.
Okay. So any other questions? Not, thank you for that report. And so the field will be ready for Saturday morning, right?
It's gonna be as ready as we can get it. It'll look good. Our paint sprayer for the line striper, we got it up and running. We'll be using it tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
So
Thank you.
everything's good out there right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we'll go to our 6A, which is City Engineer Activity Report by Javier Andrade from A&M Consulting Engineers.
Good afternoon. I'm gonna bring up the presentation.
Is there already?
Okay. Good evening, Council, Mayor, members of the public. So I'm Javier Andrade. I'm the city engineer. I just want to give a quick update of some of the things we're working on. I fit in some of the most important things that I wanted to cover because we are working quite a bit of projects, but is it good to click with this? Okay, so first thing I want to talk about is the community center. So we have Giannis Construction has been out there working on the community center building. Mostly we've been focused on the utilities. So we got the transformer pad compacted and passed for inspection with PG&E. We got the connection out to the street inspected and passed. We're starting to get deliveries. Our drainage, our lights are delivered. All our conduits and fiber optic conduits are being put in all the way to connect all integrate into the community center. Our drains are starting to be installed off of our roof drains. And yeah, so here's some of the pictures of that. It's all underground utility work, prep inside and outside. We're gearing up to pour the inside of the slab, and the final calculations for the interior framing has been submitted as of yesterday, so we can continue with the framing and all that. So it's a lot of underground utility from here on out. It's all inside. So getting the PG&E and all of the utilities in the ground was the biggest priority. That's pretty much complete now. So we're moving forward. I hope for the next time I'm here, I'm gonna have a bigger presentation for the inside, which is the fun stuff. So the next thing I kind of wanted to talk about is the other big thing we've been working at on the city side. The biggest, about a year and a half ago, the city manager applied, along with staff applied for a planning grant with the state water board so that we can start planning a replacement for our water treatment plant and to help us meet TTHM compliance. With that planning grant, we've been able to start an engineer's report and start an application for funding the infrastructure of a new water treatment plant. Some of the things that were identified in the engineer's report was obviously an aging infrastructure. We have 40 to 50-year-old water treatment plant. And also, we're trying to find ways to mitigate the total organic carbon, which is that's caused by essentially plant matter in the California aqueduct. I know a lot of people are familiar with this, so I'll go through it pretty fast, but essentially, here's the process of our treatment plants, and I'll go through some of the ways we've been looking at mitigating it. So just going through the reports, initially we identified some of the problems. So this is our intake from the California aqueduct. Obviously, it's aging. It's it's late 70s. In the 80s, this is where we get the water from the canal. Here's our flocculation clarifier. Obviously it's aging. Public Works has been repainting and trying to extend the lifespan of all of this, the plant. But this identifies the situation that we're in, and constantly fixing something that's this old has been very hard. So this is identifying the need of funding for a new facility. Here's the flocculator control panel. It's very old. As you can see, here's some of the disposal ponds, tube settlers. So this is the first part is just identifying why we need a new treatment plant. Here is our PLC. So these are, like I said, late 70s and 80s. These are, probably a tenth of this size now in today's technology, with less wires. So in the engineer's report, we started looking at alternatives. One of the first alternative was, looking at a supplemental source of water for new groundwater wells. So we did take a look at, with Provost Pritchard and city staff, we took a look at the nearest ag well next to the treatment plants. And we did identify all of the contaminants that ag well has, because those are going to be things that we're going to be dealing with if we choose to go to wells. And as you can see, the well actually exceeds conductivity there with 1400. It exceeds TDS more than the allowable. So there's a few other things that it exceeded that just are going to be things that are going to be new contaminants that we'd have to deal with if we do dig a new well. This alternative looked at also the cost of operating wells. In order to operate wells, we'd have to blend that water with our canal water so that we can get clean water. Essentially, you get one that has this contaminant, the other one has this, you blend it and you mix it and you get no contaminants after that. But the problem with that is it relies on, you see at the bottom, that's an easy $4.9 million job, but it relies on the existing treatment plant staying operating, which we know we're way past the lifespan of that. So it adds the cost of additional 36 million for a new treatment plant. So we looked at a different alternative. We looked at alternatives up to E, but I'll highlight 3. The next alternative was pre-treatment oxidation, essentially adding additional treatment to our existing facilities to help bring our levels down. And again, that's an easy, you would think, we add more treatments, it's just another 794,000. But it relies on the treatment plants still operating, which is another 36 million. And the idea is to point to the water board and say, hey, all these alternatives, we're looking at them. Like the next one is UV disinfection. We can add additional disinfection, but additionally still has to go through our treatment plant. And so the idea is to show them that although these are viable options, none of them solve the source of the problem. And so the report did an alternatives analysis where we quantified alternative A through E. We looked at cost, we looked at O&M costs, we looked at probable 20 years and probable life cycle. And we pretty much looking at a longer period of time is where you can identify what's going to be the most cost effective for the state to fund us. And really it leads you to a preferred alternative, which is really what we all know is we need a new treatment plant. So here's the proposed new treatment plants. This is what's being proposed with the engineer's report for funding. And so essentially, it's a completely new package system with new equalization tanks, transfer pumps, filters, and also a longer contactor. So essentially giving our treatment more time to contact before we get into fresh water and have filtered water from there. So And as we were mentioning in the previous alternatives, the proposed alternative is gonna be around $28 million. And it's the best bang for your buck when it comes to operation and maintenance. Because obviously you have a new treatment plant it's just more affordable to maintain. So now we're in the process. In the meantime, while doing this planning with the state, we've identified a need for the new PLCs, which is those computers I said that controls the treatment plant. So we submitted an urgent drinking water needs application for 600,000, and that'll get us from here to the point of funding the complete project, and that essentially is 600,000 to replace the computers so we can keep operating, because those computers are getting really old and they're starting to get really scary. So that urgent application, we should hear back within 2 months. So that's short term to get us to the long-term application, which is 29 million, which the self-help is helping with that application. And they've already started the funding application for the construction of $29 million. And we've actually met multiple times with the state, with the Department of Finance, with the city manager, and the water board, and they've gave us really good feedback about us potentially getting funding this next year. So ideally is that would be the goal, and we'll just keep on it.
Any questions, comments?
Once you get the funding, how long do you think an expectation of when that plant will be up and running?
It total, they're estimating it's a 5-year project. From design to opening the doors. That's a complete reconstruction of a brand new treatment plant. And the good thing is it would be being built across the street from our current one. So we can keep operating our current treatment plant while the new one's being built, and just reconnect it when we're ready.
Is that on city's property or that's?
We're looking at the property to purchase. We have 2 properties which are both next to our existing treatment plant. I just talked, Tony has been in conversations with one of them, and I've been in conversation with another. So we've gotten good feedback from them about potentially purchases. There's one for sale right now.
So I know you're looking at many options, but when you talk about the pocket plan, and when we look into having something more permanent, like this one, the one we have right now, there's 2 water treatment plants, one after the other one. Have you been looking into option of a conventional water treatment plant, something that is be more solid, compared to a pocket plant?
Yeah, there was talks in the beginning about what type of treatment, and instead of a prepackaged treatment plant, essentially a traditional treatment, there was reasons that, especially the consultant, which is the Provost and Pritchard, they're the specialist on water treatment. They've laid out a few reasons, and mostly they haven't seen them live up to the ones that they've designed and they're looking at right now. They haven't seen them live up to what they're promising. And the O&M is costing more than what they're seeing these pocket treatment plants, essentially.
And for treatment on surface water, that's where they're still improving for them.
Yeah, yeah. He said, yeah, specifically for surface water treatment, they're not seeing the results that they wanted. I can come up with like a memo from them, so I can share with you on that.
Because I know for a fact that one in Colinga is a conventional treatment plant, and that was built in the 1975, 76. It's still up and running, and maintenance is not that much every year. And an additional 6 million water process was added in 95. So you can actually also add to it, but to me, in the long run, it will last a lot longer than a pocket plant, because this one is totally gone now with the being up in the open, and with the weather, rain, sun, it makes a big difference that but just trying to help
I'll ask him, the specialist, to show us the comparison with Colinga because it'd be nice to see. I know it was brought up a few times in our meetings with him. It's
Yeah.
not my specialty, but
Yeah, they're also using the aqueduct water,
they are, yeah.
so
Yes.
it's kind of the same
Mhm.
process.
Mhm.
With
Yeah.
with chloramines too, and that's what we're using here, chloramines.
Yeah, the chlorines, yep.
I think that will help kind of.
I can ask him because I know you're more familiar with that stuff, so I can give you a memo about what his decision process was for that. Because we did that was the first thing that we wanted. Actually, Ronald was pushing for conventional filter, and so he came up with a response and he had a reason why. But I'll get that for you. Yeah.
Also, you mentioned in the past, membrane system, like the one in Kerman City, what was the outcome on that one?
Same thing, we brought that up as well, and that was something that they didn't see work in other communities as well. Which I'd like to get the specifics and I'll get them of why they specifically why they didn't work. But the designer of the proposed alternative was telling us that it wasn't working.
Okay.
We might even be able to get them to come out and talk about why we selected that alternative.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because Kerman City is also surface water. So
Yeah.
aqueduct water.
It's new, right? I think they
It's
recently,
about 3 years old.
yeah.
Mm.
But, yeah, can find out.
Yeah, one thing with Cattleman cities that we've heard is that their treatment has gotten pretty expensive though, the maintenance of it.
That's what he said, that it's more than they thought it would be, maintenance and operations. But I'd like to know specifically why is it, is it getting clogged more often? Like what, I'd like to know specifics. It'd be good to know.
Yeah, because like those membranes are indoor, so there's a barely damage to the infrastructure there compared to being in the outdoors.
And it's, we still have time because the goal of this planning document is to essentially get the funding. And then once we get the funding, we start designing, getting some nitty gritty of what type of treatment we get to do. But yeah, this is the planning phase. So this is the time where we bring up the questions and maybe look at other alternatives and all that. So I'll find out for you. I'll check Colinga and Kerman.
No, Kerman City.
Kettleman, yes, sorry.
Kerman
Kerman.
City. Thank you. Well, any other questions? Thank you, Javier.
Okay, thanks.
With that, we'll go over into item 6.2, and that is the IT Department Activity Report by Humberto Bermudez, IT Director.
Did you just step out? Okay. That's okay.
Humberto is coming back.
Now we move on to
He's coming.
the activities.
Walk around this time. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. How are we doing tonight?
Good evening.
All right, so let's I'm going to try to keep this short. I know my report's a little bit longer than usual today, but so for internet, the ISP negotiations have been on hold while finalizing the police IT migration project and confirming available funding. Staff is working with Spectrum right now to enhance speeds over at the police department for outgoing data now that we are in production. So for the phone systems, our Verizon was able to confirm the porting of the raw 4444 police records phone number, and staff has been working with Verizon to complete the proper automation of office hours, similar to City Hall's arrangement. After concerns over 4th of July, we had some concerns that were brought to my attention from both the chief of police and the city manager. Forwarding is now being handled by a script, but is still being manually reviewed to confirm that it is forwarding. I do apologize for anybody who was calling during the 4th of July who wasn't being redirected to dispatch. Again, that is wholly on me, and I can confirm. And I can mention now that this will be resolved by the end of the month. But as of right now, this is being manually reviewed by myself and the IT department. The 4447 fax number is continuing to be ported with an undetermined date. Final plans for the outdoor dispatch phone is to commence shortly after. Fortunately, while going through and tracing lines, we were able to figure out which RJ11 jack goes into the rack. So That shouldn't be too hard of a migration for us. For our emails, shared inboxes have been converted with no operation downtime. This helps us out a lot to avoid any confusion between hopping between .gov and .us inboxes. This is strictly this is primarily affected the finance department, but but to know that there will be no operational downtime and switching between the two domains does help us out a lot. At the time of reporting, staff was working with Kings County IT to claim ownership of the avenalpd.com. To claim ownership of avenalpd.com, but to aid in public communications, avenalpd.gov email addresses are live and have been live for about 3 weeks now. That said, we now have ownership of the domain, so while the city will be officially recognizing cityofavenal.gov and avenalpd.gov as our official domains, it is a quality of life feature for staff agencies and members of the public. So that way you guys don't have to change over your inboxes or who it is you're emailing. It'll all just go into the same inbox for everyone. Legacy inboxes are continuing to be ported over. Recovered inboxes are being imported manually, but if we're going to be paying for a cloud service, it makes sense to try to take advantage of it as best as we could. So for services, and this is our major one here, the city concludes major IT services with Kings County IT. Mission critical services are operational and quality of life features are to be pushed into production in the coming weeks. These quality of life services are more so to assist in the IT department in regular operations, and staff has been providing weekly reports to the police department while we continue the migration and adding final touches to this. The IT department and utilities have confirmed the order for a second alarm agent monitoring service at the secondary plant, which was received earlier this week, and we're looking to install before the next report. Staff is still continuing to perform regular security maintenance and documentation reporting. Website redesign continuing as scheduled. The final design concept was approved with ADA accessibility at the forefront, along with preparations to redirect our primary domain to Avenal or cityofavenal.gov as per California Assembly Bill 1637 guidelines, which just means that any government agency within the state needs to have a .gov or a .ca.gov in front of their website, which is all that is. The idea being that as a quality of life feature for members of the public, if you just go to cityofavenal.com, it just redirects you to .gov in that sense. And that's what the banner at the top of the website is, if you were wondering. We are still continuing to maintain and report digital signage for Kings County Behavioral Health and the school district, and we are still continuing to maintain the city website and provide tech support across all facilities. Bit of a longer report, but do we have any questions?
Any questions for Humberto?
Did we ever figure out the issue with the connection at the vet hall during one of the town hall meetings where the internet was so bad that people that were online were getting bits and pieces of the whatever was being said?
Yeah, so the problem with that was we just had too many, we had a few members of the public who were just connected to the guest network, and that building is using a baseline service. It was never really meant for that. So at the moment we will be talking to Spectrum in case we ever need to. They did offer to allow single day speed enhancements for any sort of events like this. That's all it comes down to. The routing equipment there is closer to consumer than it is for enterprise, like for the rest of our buildings. So it was just getting bogged down was all.
Yeah, we can't have that happening again during one of those meetings like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's unpredictable when things happen.
If you can, I
hope.
can't hear you, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I just want to acknowledge that you've been working very, very hard. It's been almost, 2 years since you began working on everything from the phone lines, cell phones, Verizon, internet. I mean, it's been trying to have more local control.
Yep.
And moving away from AT&T and even saving money also with the county contract with all these new technology that we're moving into the city and having control. When something happens, you will be able to go and fix it and take care of it, right?
Yes.
So instead of relying from outside sources to come from Hanford and try to fix things, I think this makes a big difference, being more reliable and having better communication within all city departments. I understand there's some issues with the Betts Hall building, and I also believe they've been working on the roofing. They've been working on the electrical system that was outdated. And now we have a freezer there that is also now working. Before, I believe there were so many outages because too much power on those outlets. So I think we're moving forward, trying to get all the buildings up to date and working better than they were before. So I just want to acknowledge and recognize your hard work and hope that you will continue doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you. So,
Anybody else?
any other questions, comments? Well, thank you for your report. Thank you for your report. With that, we'll go into item 6.3, Recreation Department Activity Report by Ana Lara, Community Activities with Senior Leader.
Good evening, Mayor, Council Members, City Manager. For my updates, we just finished celebrating the Independence Day celebration. The event was held on June 28th at Wrights Park. To open up the event, we had the Assembly of God Church pastors Doug and Amber Spencer came out and they sang the national anthem. We had a live band for the event, Flashback. We had 2 water slides, a water maze that was free for the community. Our summer interns were at the event and they had an Orby station. I'm not sure how much they made, but I know they were charging, I believe it was $3 per child. We had 10 food vendors, 2 merchandise, 1 information. We had a fire guy did a fire show and I don't know his name. I forgot it. But he was out. Tupula? There you go. So he was out and he did a fire show. We presented medals to honor those who have served in our military. Our local Rotary Club was out and they were in charge of the beer booth. The event was a great event. I received nothing but great feedback from the community on it. And then our summer kids walk started on June 16th. We have 60 kids registered. We have KCAO sponsoring 58 kids. Our daily average is between 35 to 45 kids daily. Our activities range from cooking, baking, local field trips, swim, barbecue days, crafting. Our first field trip yesterday, we had our first field trip yesterday. We went to the Island Water Park. There was 84 of us that went. There was 48 of us on the bus and then additional families drove over in their vehicles. This was the largest group that I've taken in over the past couple of years. We do have a Facebook page, Avenal Summer Kids Spot. So if you guys will all go like that page and just follow along with Cynthia's been really good about uploading practically daily of the activities that go on at the center. And so you guys are all more than welcome to show tomorrow. I need a volunteer to barbecue, maybe some hot dogs for the kids. We'll have a water slide for them every Friday. So I'm currently working on the soccer clinic that will be held this Saturday. As of the 7th, I had 60 kids registered, but today, at the end of the day today, there was 146 registered today. And so that is for this Saturday. I'm working on with the Family Engagement Center for the annual collaboration that we do for the back to school event, which will be held at the middle school this year. Continue to collaborate with Valley Voices on the food distribution. And then we collaborated with the California Health Collaborative for the movie day that they held here at the theater on June 18th. And then in the back of the report is the rental report for the month of July, June and July. At the Veterans Hall, we hold the seniors Monday through Friday. We had 1 nonprofit rental and 2 community paid rentals for the Recreation Center. Valley Voices was being held there every second Friday of the month, but they are switching their food distribution to the Veterans Hall, and their food distribution will be next Thursday. It's normally on Fridays, but they have a convention that they're doing on Friday, and so it will be held on a Thursday this month. We had 2 community paid rentals, 1 nonprofit. For the theater, we had 1 nonprofit, and the pavilion, we had 2 community rentals. So that,
Can you clarify that, Valley Voices food distribution is not tomorrow?
no, it is not tomorrow. It is next Thursday. It is next Thursday at the Veterans Hall.
Hmm. Okay, this, okay. Mhm. Some change?
It'll be held there from here on out. It'll be held at the Veterans Hall.
Yeah, there was a,
Second Friday, but for this month, because they have a convention they're going to, it'll be held on a Thursday. And they're really good about texting and getting in contact with their list that they have. So whoever's been through food distribution will get, I don't know if they have a phone text or what they do, but they let them know.
they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a request from the school district, since we rent them the rec center, that there have been, I guess, some conflicts with the buses and traffic for the high school. And so they had made a request of either to move them or have some more coordination. We've tried working with the coordination, and I guess the communication just still isn't there. So school district kind of blames the city for allowing rentals at the rec center, and then by extension that people end up using the parking lot at the high school. So what we've working with Valley Voices recommended that they'd move over to the Vets Hall to minimize those issues.
Okay,
Any other questions?
any other question for Anna? Go ahead. Yes.
There was just a couple of things I recognized this year that didn't happen, and I don't know why, or if we're moving away from a tradition that we've started, which was the patriotic show with the Riverdale Assembly of God and their youth group, right? They would come out and they would do a really beautiful patriotic program, the music and that kind of thing. And I think that was missed for me. I'm not speaking about anybody else, but just for me. So I really, really enjoyed that part of it. And I don't know what happened this year, but I didn't see it out there this year. And then also the slideshow, which is a beautiful tribute to our military men and women, our servicemen and women that have given everything for this country. And I noticed the audio wasn't quite where I don't think there was audio at all. So I'm not sure. So it was just a few technical things that I was hoping definitely we bring back the patriotic portion of that. And then make sure that when we're doing the slideshow that we have the whole slideshow and everything's in line. I don't know if it's a technical difficulty or if it was something mechanical. I don't know, because I don't know all that stuff. But hopefully next year it'll be remedied next year.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, any other questions from council, comments? No, thank you for your
Thank you.
report. With that, we'll go into 6B, which is presentation and reports. And we do have a presentation of current city services by the summer interims 2025.
Yes. So I'll kick it off first. So I'd like to reintroduce again our summer interns. We have all 5 of them here today. They'll be doing some presentations to kind of highlight some of the services that the city does offer and that they've been able to be a part of and help offer those services to our community. So we will have 4 presentations. I have a clicker for you guys. So Damien, you're going to go first. Then it'll be Diego, Cecilia, and then Paul and Kimberly. And I'll let you know that this was by their request that they'd like to do a little bit more practice with public speaking. So you want to give them that, please? Sure it works.
All right, I can't wait. It's my first time for this. All right, I'm Damian Blanco. Today I will be presenting. Oh, we just started. Okay, I'm Damian Blanca, and today I will be talking about the Avenal utility billing services. We are committed to a reliable, accessible utility service to y'all. And I've been able to be a part of this for a while, working with the women at the front desk. They're pretty cool. All right, next. Next slide. This is our team. You might know these if you go to the office. This is Yolanda Cabral, utility clerk and office manager. She is an awesome woman, and she taught me everything I needed to know about utility billing on OpenGov. And Diana Barrera, she's a utility clerk and customer service. So when y'all go to the office, this is who you talk to, and they're all pretty cool, no problems. So yeah, it's awesome. Pretty cool people. You might get horrible customer service in other cities and other places, but not here. We're for y'all. So try to come with some respect, and we respect y'all. Next. These are the services that we provide. We provide water, sewer fees, trash and recycling, street sweeper fees, and streetlight fees. So trash and recycling, depending on where you live, your street, there's a certain date where the trash comes pick up your waste, your recycling, and just trash. And then street sweeper fee is something that everybody pays for that helps us keep the streets clean. So, and then the streetlight fee is a fee every month so we could keep the streetlights on. And the water is, you already know what that is. Like y'all shower, brush your teeth, and if you don't, then pay your water bill. There's nothing wrong with it, but yeah. Next. Cool. Paying your bill. You could pay it online. It's fast and secure. It's the free hassle-free way to pay your bill. If you don't want to wait in long lines, then just pay it online, please. And in person is for those who don't know how to use online, and that's okay. So come in person, and we got great customer service, Diana Barrera. And you can mail us or the drop box outside, but it's better for checks and also if you don't want to wait in a line. And we also offer payment plans. If you guys qualify for the assistance, you guys are gonna have to call the office and ask about that. I don't know much, but if you qualify, uh, you could find out by calling the office. Next. Yeah.
Should be.
Yeah. These are personal tips I recommend to y'all. Sign up for e-billing. Like I said, it's a faster way to pay your bills, and we won't waste as much paper, and it won't be as much hassle at the office. I mean, it's not a problem, but let's help our community go paperless and buy online. And like I said, assistance, if you qualify for that, you might want to talk to the office about it. But yeah, that's all I can say about that. And check out the city's website, www.cityofavenal.com. There's updates on what goes on in the city and facts and questions that you guys are wondering. If you guys don't want to come to the meetings, you could always go to the website. We answer those questions. Next. And we're here for you. Like I said, we got great customer service and a great office manager. This is her information. Come to the office, talk. And those are email. We're open through Monday through Friday to 8 to 4:30. Next. And utilities are the lifelines of our community. We're honored to serve you today and every other day. So please, just respect the city and we respect you guys no matter what. We're here for y'all. Thank you.
And next we'll have Diego.
Diego.
Let me pull that up right now. I think we got it to work. Weird setup with this Zoom. Sorry, Damien. I have to troubleshoot a little.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon or good evening. I am Jay Rosales, and I will be discussing business licenses today.
Yeah,
So-
you have transitions, that's why.
What is a business license? A business license is a license that allows a person or establishment to conduct business within city limits. When people apply, we ensure correct documents are obtained, like if a business is handling food, they must have health department permits. Why is a business license required? Business licenses help cities keep track of what type of businesses are open and where. They confirm that a business is legitimate, follows safety and health rules, and is allowed to operate in its location. Oh, sorry, I have to go back to the slide. There's more. Some businesses need additional approvals. For example, a restaurant needs a food handler license and must pass inspections by the County Department of Public Health. This benefits the community by protecting public health, ensuring safe business practices, and preventing harm or risk to customers and neighbors. Zoning and business scene. Zoning is how cities organize the land use. It's meant to prevent conflicts like a noisy or industrial business in a quiet neighborhood. It also supports community planning. For example, commercial zones may allow restaurants, shops, or gyms, but only if they meet certain conditions, like having enough parking or not creating too much traffic or noise. This keeps the city functional, safe, and enjoyable to live in. So, how to apply for a business license. Are you considering starting a business? Make sure to head online to thecityofavenal.com, click apply for a permit online.
Hold on. You had it right there.
Okay. Click online, click apply for a permit online, click on the finance department as shown on the screen. Oh, where'd it go?
It keeps wanting transition right away. I don't know if the transition is like automatic. There you go. Leave it.
Sorry, y'all. So I'll just restart.
Leave it there. We'll leave it there.
Okay, so how to apply for a business license. Are you considering starting a business? Make sure to head online to thecityofavenal.com, click apply for an online permit, click on the finance department as shown on the screen, and then select the option that best suits your business. And thank you for your time, everyone. Have a good afternoon.
Next we'll have Cecilia.
Cecilia.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Cecilia. I am one of the summer interns working with the city of Avenal. Today, I just want to present and give an overview of Avenal's parks and facilities. Now, the reason why I chose to present this topic is because I believe that these spaces bring beauty and green space to our city. They bring connections and lots of family fun.
The right arrow. No, I got you.
Here are Avenal's parks and facilities. So starting off, we have the Floyd Rice Park. This is where we held our fireworks show in 4th of July. This fireworks show actually came out really good. Everybody had a good time. The fireworks lasted pretty long and it was really nice. And this park is located in Park Avenue, Monterey Streets. And we also have a bunch of events organized at that Rice Park. Next, our neighborhood park. This park is ADA accessible, meaning anybody with disabilities can join in, participate, have fun, and enjoy the park. And this is located 500 East Ventura Street. Next, our boxing club. This is where the boxing takes place. This is where they have the training equipment. And this facility is on 528 San Joaquin Street. Next, our skate park. This is where you can bring your scooter, your bikes, your skateboards, etc. And this area is located 320 East Tulare. Next, our sports complex. This is where we're actually going to have our soccer clinic on Saturday, which starts at 7 a.m. It is located in One Sportsway. Next, our wonderful fitness court. Here we have training equipment available for all residents here in the community. And it is located right next to the boxing club. Next, we have our Skyline Park. This is an important Skyline Park because it is a memorial for our late mayor, Ray Elliott. This park gives a good view of Avenal, and it is located corner of Skyline Boulevard, Route 269. Next, we have our community center, which is under construction, but it is estimated to be open to the public this year around December. And it is located in 1284 Hydro Road. Next, we have our community garden. Anyone can rent out a little box and plant their seeds, their flowers, their vegetables, and have kind of like their own little garden. And it is located at 324 Tulare Street. Lastly, we have our Rotary Pop-Up Park. This is where we had the ice cream with cops, which I believe it came out to be successful. And it is located in 253 East King Street. Next, we have our rental facilities. First, our rec center, where our kids spot is held, and anyone can rent the rec center for birthday parties or celebrations, and it is located 717 East Monterey. Next, our Veterans Hall. That's where we had our latest food distribution, located 108 West King Street. Lastly, our movie theater, where we have all of our council meetings, including this one, as well as our monthly family nights. It is located 233 East King Street. Moving on, we have our brand new Avenal Pocket Park. It is ADA compliant, and it has amazing features, and it's perfect for anybody with all abilities. It is located behind the boxing club. That is all I have for parks and facilities. I appreciate everyone for being here, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
You want to test the clicker real quick?
Click.
That one, the one on your right hand. There you go.
Hello, my name is Paul Marino, and I'm here with Kimberly Hernandez and Winter Brewery, showing a presentation for the Avenal Animal Shelter. So what does the shelter do? We have a brief overview right here saying that the animal shelter is a no-kill shelter. It's run by our city, helping provide care and adoption services for stray and surrendered animals in Avenal and nearby areas such as the city of Corcoran and as recently, Lemoore. The shelter's main goal is to make sure that these animals get adopted, rescued, and give them all the help and support that they need to get there. The operating hours that we have are Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to noon. Then it's lunch, and then at 1 p.m. they open back up until 4 p.m. And as well as the adoption hours, our adoption hours are available from 1 p.m. through 3:30 p.m. or by appointment.
So why adopt from the Avenal Animal Shelter? Well, for starters, we know that animal shelters tend to get a little crowded, and if you're already considering buying a pet, why buy one when you can adopt one that already needs a home? So we also find that to be just something that you guys should be mindful of, you know? And then how to adopt. If you want to adopt, you can do both walk-in hours and appointments. Our contact information is up there. It's 559-386-1112. Our operating hours are Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to noon and 1 p.m. to 4. Adoption hours are available from 1 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. or by appointment. Okay, so to know what animals that we have available at the shelter right now, if you visit the Avenal Animal Shelter page on Facebook and you click the album Dogs Currently at the Shelter, you will see all the dogs that we have available currently. We do have more at the shelter, they're just not fully processed yet. So then once they are, they will be uploaded. And it's a good page to look over in case you're interested.
So we have programs that help you. So what the animal shelter has is they have a spay and neuter program. And these are some details. First, they have affordable prices. You could pick up a form at the city hall or animal shelter to fill out to have your animal either spayed or neutered. And application takes at most 10 minutes to fill out. So you should do it. It's really important, which leads on to why it's important. It helps reduce our stray populations. It keeps our pets safe. We also have a microchip program. The microchip is a safe way of keeping your pets safe during holidays or in case they cannot be found. At the moment, this service is free and provided by the Avenal Animal Shelter. Volunteer opportunities. Open dates, second and fourth of each month, as well as social media pages, both Facebook and Instagram. Avenal Animal Shelter friends will be posting when they have opportunities for volunteering. The tasks include feeding animals, cleaning canals, pet play, and socialization. Give back to your community while celebrating the days of these animals. And I would like to say, for my community hours for the high school, I volunteered here and I loved it. It was very fun. And I promise you, if you get a volunteer and meet all the dogs, you'll love them all. I was working with them for the first 2 weeks of this intern. And now that I'm gone, I miss them very much. They're also nice. But yeah, if you have time, I would recommend to go volunteer, meet the dogs. Just give it back, man.
So animal control and fines. What happens if a pet is picked up? A fine must be paid in order to be released. We say this because we need to remember that our pets that are out and about, they're the city's responsibility to go and pick up. And most of the time, it can be very dangerous more for the pets than it is for us. We also have kids that do wander around, and it could be very unsafe for them. So we also do have to be mindful of that. That is also why we have the microchipping now. It's convenient for this too, and it's free. I would recommend it to anyone that has a pet, for their safety too. We want to make sure that our pets are safe. Okay, this is how you can help us help you. Adopt and don't shop. It works best for you and for our shelter puppies. Volunteer your time, donate supplies or support services. You can do this anytime. You don't have to schedule anything. You just show up there and bring whatever it is. Or if you're donating your time and volunteering, they're always happy to receive people. And share our mission in the community. It's important to tell people about the services and programs that we have because most people don't actually know that we have them. And this is also the purpose of our presentation. We would like to inform you guys because most people are not taking advantage of the programs that we have. So yeah, that's all we have for you guys today. Thank you.
Well, I would like to thank each one of you for the presentation. A lot of information has been provided, and like you mentioned, there's a lot of information that the community doesn't know, like the vaccination clinic and, a lot of good work out there. So I want to congratulate you for volunteering and trying to do your best, giving back to the community. Thank you. Tony, want to mention anything more?
Great job, you guys. Excellent. hopefully, some of them will be going back to school or starting school mid-August, so we may still have one council meeting. And then our public hearings for the budget, so we'll see if we can get them a bit more time, practice their presenting skills.
That's good.
But good job.
skills. Good job. Thank you again, and with that, we'll move over to the next item on the agenda, and that is item number 7. We will continue the public hearings regarding we're looking at considering the proposed city of Avenal fiscal year 2025-2026 city budget fees and charges. And we're gonna begin with the staff report.
Yeah, so as discussed yesterday at the special meeting regarding the budget where we reviewed the 24-25 revenues and expenditures, it was agreed upon to schedule a second budget hearing meeting on July 22nd. And at this time, we don't have anything new to present to the council. And respectfully request, I believe, are they able to just table it or they have to continue it? Yeah. If the council would vote to continue all A, B, and C, and continue it for the June or July 22nd meeting.
So,
No,
but
July.
yeah, that would
That's what we
with
said
the
last time.
resolution.
What's that?
What is the resolution,
There,
2020?
there is no resolution
No
attached to this. It would just be the continue.
Okay, so we do have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Escames. Do we have a second?
I second.
A second by Councilmember Hernandez. Angie, roll call, please.
Reynosa.
Reynosa, so sorry. Hernandez is absent.
Councilman Reynosa,
Yes.
Councilman Verdugo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gomez, Mayor Preciado.
Yes, so motion was approved by a 4-0 to continue with what absent.
Yeah, staff appreciates council's patience on this. As we mentioned, next week we'll begin meetings with department heads to go over the budgets, to review what will be the proposed 25-26 budget. And we'll also have the other items for B and C completed at that time as well.
Sounds good. Any other comments from council? If not, we'll move into item number 8, old business, and Mr. Lopez, you will take this item.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. So I'll keep this one short as well. We've mentioned, we've kind of brought this up as a way to just kind of discuss partnerships with the school district. Given that it is the summer term, it's been a little bit difficult getting in touch with the full cabinet at the school district. I have been communicating with the superintendent, and we've tried to kind of discuss the pool and possibly paying for the pool for having it open to the community. I just saw the proposal earlier this week. We had sent them a initial idea or sketch of kind of what we believed would work, a few hours open over the weekday and maybe a few hours on Saturday. We did kind of share what the school district typically pays to keep the pool open over the summer. I know they've done some extensive work to rehabilitate it and get it up to code for this year. In the past, what the city would do typically would contribute $10,000 to $15,000. Some of you may recall that, Mayor, you may recall that from the past. This year they were requesting about 40,000, the full expenditure cost for keeping the pool open throughout the summer. So you might have seen a notice already starting yesterday or today that they are only allowing students. I believe they're doing that through RAP. So I'm not made clear to me if RAP is paying for keeping the pool open or they're just allowing it as long as it's students. So we will be reaching out to the superintendent again. Getting our schedules lined up to me has been a little bit difficult. I know his cabinet, some of them have been off. That's why it took a while to get the full numbers and what the cost would be. But we will kind of continue working to discuss that issue and then all the other potential partnerships. I know we had mentioned doing after school programming. That seems that that's not something that they were interested in partnering with the city with anymore. But I'm not sure what other partnerships may be on the horizon.
Any comments from council? Questions? Yeah, I hope the conversation or dialogue continues. I believe it is important to have collaboration between school district and city council. See what will take place and how we can, it is a big benefit, especially in the summertime, to have the pool open not only to the students, but also to the adults in the community itself. So we'll see how that progress in the future. With that, we'll move over to the next one. And that is new business. And 9A, it is to consider authorizing the acceptance of fiscal year 25-26 CHP Cannabis Tax Fund Grant award for DUI enforcement and education. I believe Chief will take this new business into consideration.
Good evening, honorable council members, mayor, city manager, madam clerks, community members, and guests. The Avenal Police Department is requesting city council approval to formally accept grant funding awarded through the California Highway Patrol's 25-26 Cannabis Tax Fund Grant Program. The grant in the amount of $146,239.62 will be utilized to support targeted initiative aimed at reducing impaired driving, particularly offenses involving alcohol and cannabis, through enhanced enforcement, public education, and officer training. This initiative reflects the department's ongoing commitment to traffic safety and proactive policing. Grant funding will support the deployment of 12 DUI saturation patrols and 2 high visibility DUI checkpoints throughout the 1-year grant period. In addition, officers will participate in advanced DUI enforcement training programs, including standardized field sobriety tests, advanced roadside impaired driving enforcement, and drug recognition expert certification. These training programs will enhance officers' ability to detect and respond to alcohol and drug impaired drivers, and some trained officers will serve as in-house instructors to sustain future efforts. The grant will also fund the purchase and outfitting of a dedicated patrol vehicle to be used in impaired driving operations, along with essential DUI investigation tools such as oral fluid drug testing kits and body-worn camera integration for transparency and evidence documentation. Furthermore, the department will enhance its community outreach efforts by hosting quarterly educational presentations at schools and community events to raise awareness of the dangers of impaired driving. A canopy table and printed materials will be used at outreach events to support public engagement. This funding will enable the department to increase enforcement visibility, improve case outcomes, and expand its ability to serve and protect the community through education and accountability. Program performance will be evaluated using DUI-related arrest and crash data, as well as feedback gathered from community outreach. Progress will be documented through quarterly reports and a final summary submitted to CHP. The project performance begins July 1st, 2025 and concludes June 30th, 2026. All costs associated with the initiative are reimbursable under the grant with no impact to the city's general fund. This program supports the department's long-term strategy to reduce DUI-related incidents and improve roadway safety throughout Avenal. Staff recommends by resolution that the city council authorize acceptance of the 25-26 Cannabis Tax Fund Grant Program Award with the California Highway Patrol in the amount of $146,239.62 and authorize the city manager, the director of administrative services, the city clerk, or any other appropriate staff to sign, execute, and administer the agreement in accordance with its terms. The fiscal impact, as I mentioned, Police Department, the grant will be fully funded through the California Cannabis Tax Fund and administered by the California Highway Patrol. There is no fiscal impact to the general fund. Grant-related expenses will be reimbursed in accordance with the approved budget and reporting requirements. Attached, you will see the resolution, and you will also find the grant agreement along with the budget that I have proposed with the grant that was approved or that was granted.
So this would actually be resolution 2025-34.
Yes.
If you have any questions.
Before we approve resolution, are there any questions or comments from council regarding this?
So the way it sounds like you're gonna receive the whole grant or partial grants by you purchasing or doing whatever you're gonna do, or is it gonna be a full one-time payment?
No, we receive the grant, and before we have to communicate, when we manage the grant,
Yeah.
we have to communicate with CHP, and before we purchase anything, we get the approval. They'll give us the approval, and then we'll purchase the items, and then they'll reimburse us.
Okay. That's why I was wondering why it said reimbursement right here on one of the pages.
Yeah.
So,
No, there's a process, and it's like that with most of the grants. When you apply for a grant in order to purchase equipment, you can't just go and buy it once you don't get the money all at once. What happens is you'll have to get the award granted to you. You go through the process to get it approved through the council, through a resolution. You provide them with the resolution, shows them that we've gone through the process and got the approval. And then what will happen is before we buy anything, we still have to communicate with the grant management personnel and ensure that we got the approval to buy those items. And usually we'll get an invoice sent over to them with the report and a timeline of when we'll receive those services, and then they'll approve it, and then that's when we can go ahead and purchase, and then they guarantee the reimbursement.
okay. Yeah, that just threw me off a little bit, this reimbursement part.
Anyone else?
You also mentioned classes, awareness.
Yes, part of the grant program, when we applied, we were going to do some outreach per quarter.
Quarterly?
Yes,
Okay, for that 1 year, so it'll be 4 times for that year.
yes,
Okay.
yeah, 4 times.
I also have a question regarding training, not only training, but for detecting somebody under the influence of cannabis, for example. What kind of tools is the police department using, or maybe even CHP? Is there something out there now that is detecting that amount of?
Well, right now we have, for detecting alcohol, we have an EPAS device, but these swabs, the oral swabs that we are ordering are going to assist us in the
Cannabis?
yes. And also, the officers are going to be going to formal training, and it's not just going to be for detection, but it's also in order to get the expertise and also to be able to teach. They'll be certified instructors for the department once they're done. Not all of them, but a couple of positions.
Okay. All right. See no other questions. Is there a motion to approve resolution 2025-34?
35. Actually, I
35.
just went back and looked.
Oh.
My apologies,
Okay.
but it is 35.
35. So this will be clarification. Resolution 2025-35.
That's a move.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Verdugo. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
A second by Mayor Pro Tem Gomez. Angie, roll call, please.
Councilman Reynosa,
Yes.
Councilman Verdugo,
Yes.
Mayor Prom Gomez,
Yes.
Mayor Preciado.
Yes. So for the record, it passed 401 absent. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
With that, we'll go over to the next one. It is 9B to authorize the submittal of funding application to the Land and Water Conservation Fund, which is called the LWCF. Who will be taking this one? Javier.
Okay, good evening. As grants come about, we are out there looking, see what we can apply for to better the city. So one of the programs that's out right now is the Land and Water Conservation Fund. It is a 50% match. So with that said, they fund any sort of project that you can conserve an area. Pretty much saying it will always be, if it's going to be a trail, if it's going to be a park, they'll pay 50%, and it's very competitive, but we very likely to get it, especially because we haven't received it in the past. We'd like to apply for essentially a trail on Hydro to the new community center. And the reason we're picking a trail instead of a park is because the 50% match could come from our ADA funds or our sidewalk funds to build that trail out there, especially since we're going to be done in December. We're hoping to have some sort of connectivity to the city. We think the application is compelling enough to where it's competitive, and we right now, if you're handicapped, you have really no way of getting there without going through a really bumpy hydro ride in the middle of the street. So we're hoping that that leads to competitive application. And it's not just the park that we want, it's something that's needed for the city. So that's what we're hoping to apply for.
Any questions for Javier?
I have one, Javier. During the application process, do you got to list what the purpose or what you're gonna use these funds for, or?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, the application, we're setting it for the hydro connectivity trail.
So you're gonna, okay, so you're gonna put that in there?
Yes, this authorizes to start the application, but the actual application will be for the hydro trail. And we're hoping to throw in there, depending on how it's, once we start writing it, you see how things score. And then what I do is I'll send it to them and say, hey, could you give me an initial scoring or initial input before we submit the application? And that helps us kind of get us forward. So the other thing I kind of wanted to throw in there was the maybe a potential splash pad, kind of playing with the ideas of the grant. But really, it's just point based. Like, how do we get the most points as we write the application? You know.
The reason I ask that because it's not in any of this paperwork. It's not listed of what.
Oh, okay. The trail's not in there.
Mm,
Okay.
Yeah.
I apologize. I can send something.
Yeah. that's
I
what-
have a
that's
graphic.
what I asked.
Is that the 600,000 that you're requesting?
We're
like you
hoping to
mentioned
request-
earlier?
No, this one's a $2 million application. We're hoping to request 2 million.
And would it
This-
start on the Skyline?
Hydro, the trail.
No, but it would start on Skyline?
Yes, it's from Skyline all the way to the community center. We could still change it. This just authorizes to start on it. I can bring it back for once we have more of like, okay, this scores higher, this doesn't score higher. And we can go from there, from the different options.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Also, Javier, the idea will be one-way trail on the south side of Hydro.
Yeah, side of hydro, we have almost 9 feet there. So it'd be to be officially a trail, it would be minimum has to be 8 feet. And you can operate bicycles and pedestrians if it's a wide trail.
And there'll be outside of sidewalk, enough room for a sidewalk in the future.
Yeah, in the future, that trail would be permanent into a future street, curb and gutter. Instead of a sidewalk, it'll just be a larger sidewalk, but it'll be so it can be used as officially as a trail. But yeah, in the future, hoping that once that road gets built out, that'll just get incorporated into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So no more questions. I don't see any more questions. So if there's a motion. Question.
Yeah. Yep. Not the final application. I believe it's due in September, so we have 2 months to start
write it up.
scoring our application, getting it competitive, starting the community outreach, and doing all that. And we've done a lot of community outreach too on hydro, so we have a lot of that from the public. It has been identified as a need in the past. We would find out next, a year, essentially, it's like an 8-month review. And then the funding would be the next fiscal year. The federal year.
This will be the first step.
Yes, first step.
So,
To motion?
yeah, so I'm asking for a motion
2-month timeline to submit this
Yep.
grant?
To
Okay.
plan and
Oh,
we can follow up on it.
So we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem to approve resolution 2025-36. Is there a second?
I'll second.
A second by Councilmember Reynosa. Angie, roll call, please.
Councilmember Reynosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Verdugo?
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Gomez?
yeah.
Mayor Preciado?
Yes, for the record, pass for all, 1 absent. And I believe Javier will do the next one, and that is 9C, that is to consider approval of the task order for the City of Avenal Water Master Plan.
Yeah.
Javier?
Yeah, okay.
Right.
KCAG had funding for planning funds essentially available for the city of Avenal that we could apply for. We took a look at what sort of things would be funded with the REAP 2.0 planning grant program. We applied, it was competitive, but we did receive 172,728 for the city of Avenal, and the way we received this to essentially we applied for a water master plan. We know where our water lines are. We have these old maps, but we really want to go around and start mapping digitally, have, Public Works with a GIS app on their phone that knows where water valves are, where pipelines are, what diameter these things are, what material. As we exercise valves, we can start plotting, okay, this was exercised on this date, this is how much turns the valve. I mean, there's just so much convenience to having a full knowledge of our water infrastructure, and then at the same time plan on our future growth. Okay, are we growing at this rate? And what sort of other facilities are we gonna need to meet this need in the future? So as a part of that, today's we're recommending to approve the task order to get this project going and get the study started.
Okay, any other question, comments? If not, is there a motion to approve resolution 2025-37?
So moved.
We
I'll
have
second that.
a motion by Councilmember Verdugo and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Campos. Can you roll call, please?
Councilman Reynosa?
Yeah.
Councilman Verdugo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gomez? Mayor Preciado?
Yes, for the record, it passed 401 absent. Thank you, Javier. With that, we'll go into item number 10, and that is correspondence.
I did leave some correspondence wherever you're sitting, but right now I don't have any personal correspondence. No comment.
How about Deputy Clerk Paula?
No closing comments at this time.
Thank you. So we go to our city manager closing comments, announcements.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Not much to report today. Just want to invite the whole community, and I'm sure you'll mention as well. Saturday is a soccer clinic from 7 to 12:30. Last check I had with Anna, we have almost over 150 students or children signed up, and that's not including adults. We know we're gonna have a lot of adults out there. It should be a really good morning and afternoon. We'll have our summer staff and some of our summer interns. I know Rotary will be helping cook hot dogs, so it's gonna be a really good event. So hopefully we can see some community out there. I've been fixing up the sports complex. We'll also use it kind of as a soft reopening. Again, we'll do a small ribbon cutting with all the special guests that we're going to have. And I know last night I spent time speaking to a community member who says they're already starting to use the baseball diamonds. And I'm like, hey, they're not even ready to use. Like, no, that's all we need. If next year they're ready, then we'll host some tournaments here as well. So the community is already kind of looking at how to start using it. They had asked me, hey, you're not going to get us in trouble if we're using it? I'm like, of course not. I guess they've had some issues with the school not allowing them to use some spaces. So I'm sure naturally more groups are going to want to start gravitating towards our spots. And hopefully by that time, if we have a lot of demand, we'll also have the community center to also house some of these programs. So I think it's looking good to keep Avenal more proactive. Other than that, my only other closing comment is thank you for a speedy meeting, as always.
Thank you. Legal counsel, any closing comments? We go to Councilmember Reynosa. Do you have any closing comments? Councilmember Verdugo, closing comments?
Yes. I'd like to say, that I do have a date for, Harlem Cassidy's, funeral or service is August 2nd. We don't know what time yet or where, but it's at the Baptist Church. Know what time? No time, but it'll be at the Baptist Church. And also I got invited by Alicia Ramirez to attend her swearing in at the CDS chapter as the new community development personnel over there. So she's working in the CDS chapter as a new community development personnel. And I wish her a lot of luck, and that's it.
Mayor Pro Tem Gamis, closing comments? I just want to report that I've been representing the city in the committees. Some of them were canceled yesterday, but also we met up with a solar company that came into town today. They have a project coming into Kings County and partially of Avenal. It's in the beginning process. They just came and gave us an update, and they will be coming back soon. They're gonna be sending information about the parcels they're looking at, and I believe they already began conversation with Kings County also. So and it's gonna be around the sport complex area. So looking to see how our general plans is gonna be impacted or what changes we need to do and see what positive influence it will make to the city and what negative impacts, and then we'll probably bring it to council to see what will be the outcome. They're talking about 3,000 to 4,000 acres of solar plant on that area at this time. So for sure, we don't know what the outcome will be, but waiting for that. Also, I attended a meeting with South Edison. They also have a big project coming into the surrounding area, especially in the Central Valley. They're looking at putting a transmission hydrogen gas line that will go across our area. There's probably close by the I-5, and it's gonna be a huge line that is gonna go from Northern California all the way to Southern California. And the good thing about it, I also had a meeting with another company interested about producing hydrogen gas nearby the city of Avenal. They're mentioning that if they do come and start producing hydrogen, they can tap into that Southern Edison main line. They're gonna have a connection throughout the state. So I believe it is hydrogen gas. It is a thing that is gonna happen in the near future. There was no hydrogen producing plants in the state of California until lately this year, between Madera and Kerman. Now they have a hydrogen producing plants. Right now, we do have about 6 to 8 hydrogen gas cars here in Avenal. The only filling station is a Harris Ranch, and that's creating some issues because there's times that the station is closed or doesn't have any fuel. So it is impacting our surrounding communities that there's no filling station. I also met with Bakersfield College to learn more about these hydrogen and production plants, and they have their own filling station, which is private at this time, but they are importing the hydrogen gas. They do have about 30 buses that they utilize on a daily basis, and they have a range about 300 to 400 miles. And as far as they got fuel in their buses, they can drive 24/7. Those buses are a mix of hydrogen gas and electric motors. The hydrogen gas runs the generator that produces the electricity to the electric buses. So they're continuously running as far as they have those huge fuel tanks. 200-300 gallons of hydrogen gas can make a big difference compared to electric cars that only may have 2 to 4 hours running time. So I believe the future is a combination of both in order to meet the zero pollution goals of the state of California. I know the guidelines and the set times are too soon. They're looking at 2035. We may not get there by 2035. Infrastructure is needed at all levels, at cities, counties, and it is something that to think about. And we'll be bringing more information to the city as new developments develop. Um, I will be tomorrow, or it's being canceled, the food distribution, so it's being canceled tomorrow? No? Okay, so we have a food distribution tomorrow morning, about 9 a.m.
Yeah, they'll start distributing around 9 a.m. If there's any volunteers available, around 7:30, 8 a.m.
And we'll be attending also an event in Fresno regarding M&H T, the people that are making the soccer clinic tomorrow invited us. They have a special guest coming from Mexico, and they're gonna have a presentation, and we're gonna be probably talking details about with the Mexican consulates and also a special guest. They're gonna be talking about the details about Saturday's soccer clinics. The Mexican consulate is gonna give certificates to all the applicants. They're gonna be provided free socks, shorts, and Chivas jerseys signed by the players, the professional players, and it is all is gonna be free to our community. This time there's not gonna be no fees. And we're looking at bringing the Chivas team to play probably a team from Avenal or maybe a combination of surrounding cities. But they're really, really interesting on bringing at least two events to the sport complex as we continue collaborating and working with them. So I believe those will be a good vision for our community to put us on the map, working together with, the players that will be coming Saturday. 4 or 5 of them actually had play in the Mexican national team, not only the Chivas professional team, but this is really professionals that will be doing the soccer clinic. And I was told today that they're going to be looking at talent from Avenal. And we do that, and we do know that we do have a soccer talent here in Avenal. So they will be looking at them and reaching out to not, soccer teams in Mexico. So maybe they can even export talent from here to teams in Mexico, or you know, and you never know. But we're looking to make something very good for youth and continue with collaborating with them. So we're going to a closed session, and if there's anything to disclose out of question, we'll take a while because I believe we have several items. But at this time, I will ask from the public, is there any comments regarding closed session items? This is the time to please come to the podium, and if not, we'll continue with the regular meeting in closed session. No? So seeing no question, we're going to close session next. Thank you for attending our city council meeting. Good evening. We just came out of closed session. The time is 10:12, and at this time, we do not have anything to report out of closed session. Thank you and good night.
Paragraph. But yeah, you can sensitize with you. Go home, think Chento go home. Keep myself awake. Good to see you. Good to see you, Moses. Which